Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Ordinary Council meeting Wednesday, 18th of September 2024. I'd like to welcome everyone in the gallery and also our Acting General Manager of Infrastructure, Jed Brennan, and our Acting General Manager of Finance and Livability, Kerry Anderson. So just now, do we have any leave of absence or apologies? No, we're good. So I'll call on Peter Coombs from the Uniting Church to come up and offer some prayers for our council. Thank you.
Take my glasses off so I can read properly. This is like a pulpit. So Glenn Vonhoff was scheduled to do this today, but he's got a crook back and he's not doing too well with it and is in some pain. So on Monday, there was a help over the phones and yeah, all right, I'll help out. And Monday night, I was a bit disturbed about all this. And yeah, fortunately, during some prayer during that night, I woke up okay the next morning with some ideas. Now, just hang on to them, here they come. Some of you will know that I worship with the Uniting Church in Mergen. I do a few other volunteer things as well. Rather nicely, our church has the pleasure of housing 15 ladies, generally young, from a youth with a mission course in Townsville. They're all health oriented, and the course they're doing is a global one. There's 8 from the USA, 1 from each of Canada, England, Ireland, New Zealand, and 3 from Australia. It was good to chat to them over a meal on Monday night and find out why they felt called to leave home to undertake the course that will enable them to provide Christian health support in other countries. All seem driven by a call of God to give something to others. They are required to maintain a high standard of action, honesty and integrity, as well as their behaviour, not only because of the reputation of YWAM, but also because of perceptions that they are leaders and therefore a bit different, plus the fact that they're Christians. There is reference to these standards in Proverbs chapter 11, verses 1 to 3, where, and this is from the Message, God hates cheating in the marketplace. He loves it when business is above board. The stuck-up fall flat on their faces, but down-to-earth people stand firm. The integrity of the honest keeps them on track. The deviousness of crooks brings them to ruin. If you think about it, all of that applies to councillors, doesn't it? The community has set you apart. You are required to maintain high standards, possibly higher than the community applies to itself. Your integrity and honesty are expected to be of the highest order, and you are well and truly judged by your actions. Nothing like a challenge, is there? How, though, would you like to be remembered as councillors? What legacy will you leave? The answers to those questions are really very individual, but I would like to give you the thought that with God's help, in everything you do, you can make the right decisions and take the right actions. There is a great passage in Matthew 28, verses 16 to 20, generally titled The Great Commission. I'll read part of it, where Jesus is charging his disciples to go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you. And surely I am with you always to the very end of the age. For me, the key sentence is that last one, where Jesus is saying he will be with you as you do this, go out and do things, day after day, to the very end of time. So how do you make the right decisions and take the right action? That's, of course, the hard part. God can help in your discernment. James, the brother of Jesus, put it rather well when he wrote in chapter 1, verse 5, "If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you." All you need to do is to believe in God. Not a bad idea. And on top of that, there's no consultancy fees. Let's pray. Dear Lord, we seek your guidance today and every day as we navigate the complexity of how to not only make the right decisions to build our community, the South Burnett, but also build your kingdom. Amen. Thanks, Kathy.
Thanks, Peter. We really appreciate those words, and very relevant because we're all over the consultants at the moment. We're trying to cut consultants in our council budget. So thank you. Now call on Councillor Jane Erkins to recognise the traditional owners.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet today, the Waka Waka land, and also to acknowledge our elders, both past and present. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Erkins. Now we're moving on to deputations and petitions. So I've jumped the gun. So item number 5, declaration of interest. So that's on page 5 of the agenda. So we've got a number of declarations, and I'll hand over to CEO Mark. He's got the first declaration.
All right, thanks, Mayor. So the enterprise bargaining is coming around, how time flies. So there was some nominated declarations of interest, and in this one, it's just to advise the meeting. This was raised back in 2023 or 23 when we had the last one. I have a family member or related party that works for council. I have actually a conflict of interest form and register and plan in dealing with it. I've also sought independent advice back in 23 and then confirmed that advice. So all of the requirements that I'm required as CEO have been ticked. There was a council resolution. Actually, we went above and beyond what the requirements of the employee conflict of interest management system dictates, and there was also a resolution back in 2023 with regarding to my conflict of interest for a related party on staff, which acknowledged that I was able to participate and vote. So it would just be noted for the minutes, Mayor, that that's been dealt with and has been completed.
Thank you, CEO Mark. So CEO Mark will stay in the room for those discussions. So Councillor Deb. Oh no, we've got Councillor Heath first.
I, Councillor Heath Sander, inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 17.10, certified agreement negotiations. This prescribed conflict of interest arises due to a family member, a brother, a close associate being an employee of council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where this meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. So then we've got a declaration from Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. I, Councillor Jane Erkins, inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 17.10, certified agreement negotiations. This prescribed conflict of interest arises due to a family member, a close associate, well, a family member actually, being an employee of the council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. And the final one, I believe, is Councillor Deneen.
I, Councillor Deb Deneen, inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 17.10, certified agreement negotiations. This declarable conflict of interest arises due to a related party to my son being an employee of the council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. So those items 17.1, that's in the confidential section. So we've got Councillor Sander, Councillor Erkins and Councillor Dineen will leave the room when we discuss item 17.1 in the confidential section. So now we're moving on to deputations and petitions. So I'd like to welcome up to the podium the Nanango Kennel Club. So we've got Ron, Netta and Belle. And I think Belle is going to speak about the Nanango Kennel Club and what you would like to see happen. And Ron and Netta are available for any questions.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of our club. The Nanango Kennel Club is run by and supports locals. As a Dogs Queensland affiliate, we are part of an internationally recognised organisation known as the Fédération Cynologique Internationale. We do this for the dogs, to enrich and preserve them. When we enrich the dog's life, they can help enrich ours, and together we can educate other enthusiasts and promote responsible dog ownership. Our club provides low-cost dog training in Nanango weekly and leads by example in promoting a gold standard in animal husbandry. As a community-based club that is a pillar of the Nanango Sporting Association, our amazing team of volunteers host confirmation shows, obedience trials, and a variety of other dog sporting events in the South Burnett, as well as supporting other community-based groups such as the Nanango Theatre Company and the agricultural societies. As part of being a part of an international organisation, all recognised breeds have a breed standard that defines conformation, temperament, and characteristics that breeders use as a guideline on how to better their breed. This means we need to research what pair to mate to ensure we are all using the correct dogs, not just putting a male and a female together for puppies. We choose to preserve and not profit from our dogs. We follow an extensive code of ethics, code of conduct, rules and regulations set down by Dogs Queensland. For example, restrictions on the number of litters a bitch can have and how frequently she can have them. Many affiliated breed-specific clubs also have their own breeding rulings that members follow, such as the National Rottweiler Council of Australia, which outlines that bitches cannot be bred from until they have passed numerous health tests and are over 2 years of age. In many cases, these regulations exceed RSPCA breeding principles. As a part of the regulations we follow, our dogs, including any puppies we breed, need to be DNA tested, microchipped, vaccinated, and health tested, and puppies cannot leave before 8 weeks of age. While our home setups vary and look different, the common ground is that the dogs are cared for in a fashion that incorporates them into the family and also ensures that they are safely contained. Puppies are more often than not raised inside our homes to make sure that we are starting them on the right track to become good community citizens. This means we're providing healthy, sociable, trainable, traceable puppies and dogs. Although we are proposing 12 dogs, this does not necessarily mean we will have 12 breeding bitches. This number is often made up of males and females of various ages, such as elderly and desexed retirees, young prospects awaiting various health clearances, and adult dogs that may be used in breeding programs or competitions. As ethical breeders, we also leave room for any dogs whose circumstances have changed and have been returned for training, housing, or rehoming. Any preservation breeder will not want their dog entering the pound or rescue system and will take responsibility for the dogs they breed. South Burnett Regional Council proposed a fantastic permit system that Nanango Kennel Club helped conceive approximately 15 years ago. This system allowed for a breeder's permit and individual dog registration to a capped amount, renewed yearly, which could be withdrawn in the case of compliance complaints. This permit is what we seek to have introduced to Dogs Queensland members only with Dogs Australia registered dogs that are domiciled on land exceeding 4.5 acres. This ensures sufficient space for all. The club is always available for assistance in this matter and at any point of the process, and looks forward to working with South Burnett Regional Council to assist in enriching the lives of dog owners and promoting responsible dog ownership. We would love to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Belle. So do we have any questions? Anyone got the councillors, any questions about? I think you've covered everything. Belle, we've got a notice of motion at item 10.1, if you'd like to wait for that one.
Sure.
Because that addresses, I think, a lot of your well, it's actually what you itemised, and we've put it as a notice of motion. So, yeah, if you'd like to wait back for that one. Certainly, but thank you, Ron and Netta and Belle, for your presentation. So now we're moving on to the item 7.1, minutes of the council meeting held on the 21st of August 2024, on page 7. So the officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 21st of August 2024 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter. Seconded Councillor Dineen. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 8.1, notice of motion on page 44, reseal preparation, and I'll hand over to Councillor Sander. I might just ask Councillor Sander if you could just move the motion and then we'll ask for a seconder, and then we'll have the debate, the discussion.
Move a motion that the South Burnett Regional Council, as part of the reseal preparation, use this opportunity to reduce the rough surfaces by marking a greater percentage of the defects to ensure that the prepared roads across the entire width and length of the South Burnett are considerably smoother before commencing the reseal program.
So could I have a seconder to that motion? Councillor Erkins, would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Sander?
Just in noticing some of the roads that are being prepared, like, yes, the potholes are being marked and repaired, but there's defects, other defects on those roads that require attention, and to keep the quality of the roads, or to better the quality of the roads and to maintain the roads better and have the water draining off the roads, and to ensure that when we do the reseal program, that the roads that are getting done actually are to a better quality so that they last longer and people notice the difference in the smoothness and the defects on the roads. So I just urge that the council consider trying to better the quality of the roads in the South Burnett.
Thanks, Councillor Sander. I just might ask Acting GM of Infrastructure, Jed, to comment, because obviously this could have budget impacts. Is that correct?
Mayor and Council, I will ask Kevin to join me. I think he's still behind me here, and he will have... I know he's been working with Councillor, and they've been looking at what that could entail. But if I could start the response to you, Mayor, and to Council. There will be additional expenditure in the preparation, but it is, as the councillor points out, a really good opportunity in time to do surface correction work. So it's an additional process in some ways, because it's changing the standard that's provided by the road. Now, it's quite a measurable thing, road roughness. Generally, there is a standard of road which Kevin and his teams will pick as being okay to reseal, and the reseal has no impact on ride. It purely is like painting on the boards of a house. If the boards of a house are buckled and bent, when you paint them, they're still buckled and bent. So a reseal does the same. So what is being proposed, which is quite logical, is to use this opportunity to undertake additional surface preparation works to improve the ride and improve the drainage. So, yes, it will depend on the standard that which council seeks in order to determine how much you spend on it. It could be as simple as identifying localised defects and repairing them as we go with the equipment that we have there, or it could extend to a far greater project, which we would have done in the past, and Kevin might refer to some examples. I believe Sherbrooke Road might have been a road that we did surface correction work on at one stage. So the scale to which council seeks to improve the ride will determine how much more it costs. What we would seek to do, I suppose, then, is reduce somewhat the scale of the reseal program in order to improve the standard of ride as we go. Kev might be able to just add some facts to the location.
Thank you. Jed, hand over to Kev.
Through you, Mayor. Jed's probably provided most of the relevant information, but in terms of there will be a budget impact, which is fine, and we do have quite a number of reseals for this year, but also into next year. So what it will likely mean is that some of the roads, the lower priority roads for this year, may end up onto next year's program to just to accommodate that budget. We did have an on-site walkthrough last week to look at some of the additional work, and that's all doable. But in terms of just quantifying what that looks like across the whole program is probably something that we do need to go away and look at. But as I say, the impact will likely be just some roads may not make the reseal list for this year.
So, we have any questions on that from the council? So, I just wanted to know. So, do we just are you going to report back on that, or we just start doing it and see how it goes, and then come back to council if there's obviously there's not going to be any budget issues because you're going to just cut back on the reseals and leave some till next year, but it will have budget ramifications going forward because some of those roads will end up missing out on doing more reseals because we've had to cut back. Is that correct? So there'll be some roads that were in the program even for next year that will miss out?
Yeah, that's correct, Madam Mayor. In terms of the actual additional work, what that looks like, I think we'll call it a trial on one particular road, and we'll seek feedback through council to ensure that what's expected is matching what we're actually doing. So, and once we can confirm that we're on that trial road, is the workmanship is what we're after, then the expectation is we should be able to roll that similar standard onto the next the remaining reseals for this year.
Thank you. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to know, or to confirm, that the way we'll be going about the program, will we be doing those roads on a priority based on how bad they are, to make sure that they're spread evenly across the region, but not necessarily, some roads will miss out because we're going to the extra effort to make sure they're done better and will last longer, but that will be, as I said, that will be done on a priority, not necessarily that, some of my roads may miss out, but that will be because there are roads that are more in need of being done. I just want to confirm that for my area.
Yeah, that's the expectation. During budget deliberations, we presented a list of all of the, it was an extensive list and in excess of what we're doing this year, which had a condition rating on it. So the expectation is that we'll do the worst condition and then work our way down that list.
So I just also want to confirm that there would be some roads that it's sort of imperative to get them done. If they're not done, they'll get to a point where they cannot, a reseal won't fix them. Is that correct? That's why we're doing it that way?
That's correct. That's the ultimate risk, that if we're not doing our reseals, then then
It'll be too late.
Then
Yeah.
you essentially look at pavement rehabilitation, which is probably a tenfold increase in cost. So that's the importance of our resealing.
Yep.
So do
Thank
we,
you.
yeah,
Yeah,
thanks,
I'm happy with
thanks,
that.
Councillor Erkin. So do we have any roads that that are on that are going to miss out, that could end up being having to have a complete reconstruction, or are we across all, like ahead of the support of our assets? Yeah, are we running that risk, or is it not going to make any difference if we stretch a road out until next year as opposed to doing it this year, for example?
I think we'll be okay. If we do identify a particular road that is what we're concerned about, then we're happy to bring that back to council. But yeah, I think at this stage, I think we're probably okay.
What we can do is then put some more money in a budget next year to continue with the reseal program, because I think it's imperative that we get on top of all of our reseals. We've dropped behind with that. So, and that's part of our back to basics, councillors, to get on top of our reseals and try and minimise the potholes. Councillor Sander?
My aim was exactly what Jed said before, trying to prolong the life of these roads. Like, a reseal is like putting a coat of paint on the road. But the problems are always going to be there. All you're doing is covering it up, and these roads are holding water. I just wanted to try and do a bit better quality, and in the long shot, probably if we can start lifting some of the defects and removing them from the system, the roads are going to last longer. Is that correct? And also, in the long term, I believe this could set a new standard, and it would help these guys and the roads condition and the assets over many years. So,
Yeah, no, it sounds like a good way forward. So do we need, just to have from CEO Mark, do we need to have a report brought back at the next general meeting about how it's travelling?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I've noted that there'll be a report, but the 2 points is basically trialling it and then report back, which isn't, the trial is just for that first bit to work where you're going. It wouldn't necessarily be October. I think you'd probably need November, December, but definitely a report back. Yeah, absolutely.
So do you want to put a dot point there? And Councillor Sander, are you happy to add a dot point that we report back to the November council meeting?
yes, Mayor.
So did we have a...
Mayor,
Yeah,
if I could, having listened to the discussion this morning, just so that the officers have a clear understanding, what we're seeing, reiterating what Councillor Sander just said, was we're using this opportunity to address defects in the road. Yeah, basically in the process that we've got, we're going to a greater effort. So we're going to expend a bit more in our reseal preparation and address some of those depressions as we go with the gear we got. What we're not actually understanding that we should be doing is doing what you'd call a ride correction program, where we would expend really, really large amounts of money. So we're going to do a better job while we're there. We're going to address the things we can with the equipment that we've got, but we're not seeking to do what you've done in the past and hot mix correction and extensive works. That can always be done later, but as the councillor points out, it's a wonderful opportunity now to fix the more minor and localised issues and take the bad bumps out. Have I got that understanding correct?
think Kevin probably, when we went around the other day, a perfect example is there was a pothole patched probably 12 months ago and it's sunk probably 50 to 60 mil. It's now created another pothole in the middle of that, and that pothole's been patched, but when cars are going over it, what the people are noticing, and you'll see it after the first lot of rain, there's water lying in these depressions on the road, and that creates those potholes. So before we reseal, it'd be great to lift those depressions back up to get that water to drain off, extending the period that we have to go back and do maintenance on that road again.
On the basis of that, Mayor and Councillor, I do not feel that we're looking at a major change in our expenditure in reseal prep, but Kevin and his team will confirm that. They'll do this trial area, have a look at what can be additionally done with the equipment that we've got, going to more effort, identifying some of these more minor defects, and not taking into account, major rut correction or extensive work that would require a different process. So we do the best we can and check that that's okay in that trial process, and then we can come back to you after that. We'll see what our costs are and our changes are, and hopefully it's a bit more attention to detail rather than a big increase in costs of that re-prep program. So we'll report back in November then, if that's okay, after having confirmed that the trial area works quite well and what our costs are.
Councillor Urquhart, are you happy with that, to add the additional dot point?
Yes, I am.
Councillor Sander?
Yeah, most of those defects, Acting General Manager, they are, and Manager Kevin will agree, they were, and he said it himself, if you look as you're driving along the road, you actually got to get out and walk it to see it, rather than drive. You could drive over it, you'll feel all the bumps and twists, and then you pull up and you actually walk back and you can visually see where all the problems are. Majority of them are in pipe culvert crossings, and where existing work is being done, it's let go and stuff like that. I just want to try and do it better. During the election, I come from a road building background, and during the election, one of the things was trying to make things better. And I think one of the, like Peter said before, one of the, what do you want to have as a legacy when you leave? And I want to be able to say at the end of it that we did something to better the roads for the residents of the South Burnett.
Okay, so I'll take that as your closing address, and we're ready to vote. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Oh, and sorry, Councillor Potter has left the room, so we'll just note that, yeah, Councillor Potter's gone. She's had to do a telehealth link. So now I'd like to move a procedural motion that we move item 10.1 to be the next item on the agenda, because because we've got the people from Nanengo here, and so I just move a procedural motion that we move item 10.1 to be addressed now. Seconded Councillor Urquhart. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So item 10.1 on page 45, I'd like to move that South Burnett Regional Council, 1, commences the process to review Local Law Number 2, Animal Management 2011, and includes the following conditions in this review. Hobbyist, breeder and dog exhibitor is defined by a person on more than 4.5 acres, 18,200 square metres, with 12 or less dogs who breeds or exhibits for non-commercial purposes. This permit would allow for registration of up to 12 dogs for a period of 12 months. The registrations would be updated yearly. Each dog registration would cost the same as what is listed on current schedule of fees, to be capped at $240 for a total of 12 dogs. This permit can only be given to a person who holds a current financial Nanengo Kennel Club or Burnett Kennel Club membership and Dogs Queensland membership. A yearly permit fee of $250 would be charged. Conditions for maintaining a permit that the permit holder must remain compliant with Dogs Queensland rules and regulations and have no unresolved complaints with South Burnett Regional Council. Number 2 item on this motion reviews the defined and non-defined areas. Number 3, include consideration of the restriction of the number of pets allowed in properties with flats. And number 4, consult with relevant government entities about the overall state interest in the proposed local law, with the report to be brought back to the November ordinary meeting of council. So I'd like to move that. Would someone like to second that? Councillor Erkins. Speakers, Councillor Height.
Yes, I just had a couple of questions. Firstly, with the first dot point, why 4.5 acres? Is that a particular reason why it's that size? So I'll ask the second question whilst I'm here. With the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth dot point, in Belle's very good presentation, she said the permit should go to anybody who's a member of Dogs Queensland, whereas this dot point says they have to be a current financial member of Nanango Kennel Club or Burneck Kennel Club. Should that be changed to just being a member of Dogs Queensland as per Belle's presentation?
So I just took these dot points from the Nanango. I asked them to put forward some dot points that they thought should come to council, and that's where I don't know the background to it. I would have to. Is it okay if we have the Dogs Queensland people come? Often, no. Is that allowable? It's not normal. Okay, so well, I can't answer that question. Yeah, Councillor Erkins.
I think that they should be a member of one of the local dog clubs. I think we are a local, our council is here to promote for our local organisations, and I think it then gives them somebody in their organisation, if they have an issue, they can go through their clubs to come back to council. So I think it's a great idea that they are a member of their clubs. I know, attending some of the events, that they are fairly strict and they do keep an eye on what one another are doing. So I think it's an excellent idea, and I would like to leave that they remain a member of both one or the other of those clubs and Dog Queensland.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. And the answer to the other one, CEO Mark's going to address that one.
I'll have a try. The local law in this resolution, thanks, Mayor, and through you, Mayor. This resolution is to commence a process for the local law review to pick up the points that have been previously discussed. There is size restrictions, and I just don't have the schedule on me, Councillor, but there are size restrictions in the local laws about different properties. Certainly within an urban area, we have a number of complaints that come through regularly, like the quarter-acre block here in town. 12 dogs on a quarter-acre would be just not good. So, and we already have, and sometimes, regrettably, we have, I'd call them unofficial breeders, if I can, is probably the best term, which again, there's an active complaint, I think, sitting in the system about puppies and, well, often many active complaints. There are size restrictions. So from this process, this will be workshopped with councillors again, and then there's some consultation we just need. And then there'll be the formal resolution to commence the redrafting of the local law, which will be brought back to November. Local laws are always a long and problematic process, but this will get this started. We bring the report back in November, and there will certainly be the kennel clubs, absolutely key stakeholders that need to be consulted in the local law review, as well as there'll be broad community consultation, which is obliged, as well as consultation with the state. So it's probably a roundabout, but there are size restrictions currently sitting in the local law.
So you're happy, Councillor Height? Any other questions? Councillor Sander.
I guess that the size restrictions too, Mark, would be for the property owners. You wouldn't want them, like if you were in a smaller size block, you wouldn't want that, but like the permit system addresses that, and it would probably make the legislation more, it'd make it more stronger and easier to revoke the permit system if they weren't doing what they were meant to.
Yeah, thank you. So any other questions, comments? Are we ready to vote? I'll put it to the vote. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Erkins. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So thank you to the Nango Kennel Club. So we're moving on to divisional councillor updates, which you're welcome to stay in the gallery or free to leave. But that I'm sure the divisional councillor updates will be really interesting. But yeah, obviously. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on. Well, Councillor Potter, she's obviously had to go, so we'll move on to Councillor Sanders. Are you happy to go first? We're coming up to the podium, and we just need a little bit of time to get Christy organised. So just for the gallery and also for those listening online to the live stream, we are videoing these divisional councillor updates. They'll be available on the council website, our Facebook page, and individual councillors' Facebook pages if they choose to put these video updates onto their individual Facebook pages. But it's a way of getting our message out about what's happening in each division, and I'll be giving a mayoral update as well about just some items across the region. So I'll hand over. Are you ready? Hand over to Councillor Sander for his divisional councillor update for Division 5.
It was great to see so many visitors to our region for Scots in the Bush at Boondooma Homestead last month. Was amazed to see our mayor playing the bagpipes. But then Mayor Duff admitted she had been practising for years, so that's how she became so good at that. People travelled from all over the country to attend and was a huge turnout. There was Scots, drummers and bagpipe players for the week with a long event, and congratulations to all involved with the planning and running of the events held at Boondooma Homestead. Fishing in the region has taken off with the Bajocki-Peterson Dam Fish Stocking Committee held a 2024 freshwater fishing workshop on the 26th of July. This workshop supported many local businesses in the region with 100 attendees for the 3-day event. On the 6th of September, Fishing Freshwater and the South Burnett Regional Council held round 2 of the Festival of the Dams fishing competition. This comp seen 372 legal fish caught and were registered in the competition. The biggest fish caught was 53 centimetres, and some of the competitors that were there said it had been the best fishing they have ever had in their career. BP Dam has some low numbers caught in fishing comps over many years, but the BP Dam has now been fishing well over the last few weeks and hope these numbers hang on into the school holidays and during the next few months. Boondooma Dam has also started seeing an increase in fish numbers being caught. Last week, Thursday night, I think everyone who attended the high school arts night will agree that we have a lot of talent coming through from all grades in Mergen State High School. One that stood out for me was the musicians that were multitasking on the drums and the guitars and then onto the piano for the Stand By Me song. We will have to keep an eye out on the big stages for some of these students that performed on Thursday night. One of the things that are concerning us as a Division 5 at the moment is the Proston community nurse. I just want to point out that it is a state matter, but it concerns myself as a divisional councillor and the South Burnett Council as a whole. So we will be putting pressure on whoever is making the decisions and let them know of the importance of this position for the Proston community. Residents will see over the coming months an increase in maintenance on some sealed roads in our network. The reseal program is being monitored very closely to ensure council can get the best outcome for our residents. Everyone should see a huge enhanced quality after the reseals as we start a new process which we passed this morning to continue to address the smoothness of the roads in the region. Gessels Road has been a concern for many years. It is good to see some flood damage rectified to make it safe now in the crossing down the bottom. And also the stormwater drain in front of Riverina that's been holding water for many years. The stormwater drain will be installed during or just after the school holidays. The large area will also be graded to drain water off on the sides, on the shoulders on Gessels Road, making it safer for the school bus run. Dip road repairs to the causeway have started and should be complete very soon, with the concrete pours scheduled for the rest of this week. Major repairs to Parish Road and Fitzgerald Road over many years have now been complete and should handle the rain season far better than ever before. The grader maintenance crew have completed many roads in Division 5 heading towards the Windra area are now complete and are now currently heading towards the Monjour area of Division 5. Repairs have been done in Houghton Street, Mergen, which have been ongoing for many years to address the runoff stormwater. I would like to congratulate the Mergen Park staff for the way that the town looks. All the gardens are planted and look amazing, and each park is mowed and very neat. The lawn areas remain green through the cold period with some falls of rain that was much needed for our farmers in the region. They also maintain the rail trail and cemeteries, which look very good this morning coming through. Over the last month, I've had many residents contact me with concerns, and it is good to receive compliments or concerns or complaints. As we can't get to every area of our division at all times, and we depend on your help to ensure that we can keep the South Burnett region thriving and in the best condition it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Deputy Mayor Potter, would you like to come up now? Thank you.
Do I need to stand? Am I tall enough? Apparently I'm too short and I need to stand on the thing. Right. Now I know how Councillor Height feels. Look, I'd like to say, during this last month, there's been so much work done in the disaster management space. I've attended a masterclass in Toowoomba, as well as many disaster management meetings, along with QPS, SES, Cherbourg Shire Council and the North Burnett Council, with regards to disaster management and what can be done in that space moving forward. I also attended the SES Awards in Gympie, which was wonderful to see how many different SES groups there are around. And, you know, it's been around for, was it 40 years or 49 years? So next year is their 50th anniversary for the SES, which is quite exciting for everyone. So for those of you within the community that would like to do something, please check out the SES, because things are changing in that space, and I think it's sort of moving forward with the times. And they always need new members. We've attended the business group meetings, the Wandai with my fellow councillors, and also the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce meeting. We've attended the Baido small business meeting as well. We've attended the child protection dinners. We've done so much as a group of councillors. It's just wonderful. With regards to suicide prevention, I've attended the suicide prevention meetings, and also attended an online meeting with the Suicide Prevention Network of Queensland, which is all of our groups joined together to source ideas from each other and working on a plan to work with the government officials in that space. We've also done Are You OK Day, the breakfast, the Red Ants, and we had Dr. Tim Driscoll up talking about that. And I mean, as you all know, my biggest thing in this space is that I really want everyone in our community to have some sort of education so they can help people that are having a few issues. We've attended the Kingaroy Men's Shed. It's a bloke thing. And I think the most interesting thing about that is the correlation between breast cancer and prostate cancer. We lose over 3,000 people a year to prostate cancer, over 3,500 people. Men, obviously, but I mean, this is not good enough, I don't think, as a society, and I think men need to go and make sure, go and see the doctor, even if they've got nothing, they need to know their number, which was the biggest thing. So if your prostate always sits at 6, that's great, at least you know your number, and then you know if it starts going up, you've got to go back and get it checked. So just keep an eye on it, please. I urge you all to go and get a blood test for your prostate. And also, if you're looking at that, so another 3,000 from suicide, over 3,000, so 7,000 people a year in Australia between suicide and prostate cancer, and most of those are men. The Mayor and I attended the Regional Roads Transport Group meeting to try and advocate for some of our roads with the transport space. With the Mayor and Councillor Little, we attended the Blackbutt Singers, which was just a wonderful day, and what a wonderful group. And Linda, you're very lucky to have them in your area. I do have some beautiful singers in my area too, but I just love the Blackbutt Singers and what they do. We've attended workshops with LGAQ and with the Local Government Association of Queensland and Queensland Treasury Commission, which have been very insightful and helpful. The Mayor and I attended Kingroy State School for the first Regional Arts Development Fund workshop, which was quite exciting. And also we got to visit author Greg Dries, who's a storyteller, and he seriously had the kids in stitches, and dare I say, us as well. He was just fantastic. The Regional Housing Limited, the new units that have been opened up, which is fantastic. So that's 2 more houses or 2 more places for the community members to live within the South Burnett. And this is something we've been working on hard as a council, and it's really good to see that this is going ahead. So thank you to Regional Housing for taking that on and working for the South Burnett Regional Council residents. You know, we've spoken to many residents in Division 3 regarding roads, drainage and other issues, and I've even driven a few councillors, I won't say up the wall or around the bend, but I will say I've driven a few of them to see some of our issues. So thank you, Councillor Deneen and Councillor Erkins, for coming with me on that day. We've got Australia Day meetings. We've attended Australia Day meetings. And also, everyone, don't forget, we've got the Australia Day, the Australia Day award applications are now open, so please have a look online for that one. We've had palliative care meetings, and it's really quite exciting to be in that space at the moment with the community hospital. With thank you very much to CEO Mark and what he's sort of worked hard in that space. Attended the Ride for Relay dinner at Cumbia, and I know this is something that's really close to Councillor Heights and Councillor Deneen's heart, and the dinner was just fantastic. Although I think Councillor Deneen went home after that ride that day. So, but it was just wonderful to be out there. And look, I just want to congratulate Jason Wyeth on bringing this together. This is the 9th year I think they've done it. So next year would be year 10, which is, I think, if I remember rightly, that's what he said. So, and it's just wonderful to have that for our group. And they all raise funds for the South Burnett Relay for Life, which is, and I think we all know we bat well above our average for the South Burnett, which is just amazing. And thank you everyone for joining in on that one. We've attended the Country University Centre meetings or the Regional University Study Hub meetings, and this is something I look forward to, and we can only keep our fingers crossed when that grant application goes in. I won't hold my breath, but I'll be very excited to hear the news. I attended Passchendaele Farm with Ken and Carolyn out there to listen to Amber Fitzherbert, because the council supported Amber on her trip to Poland for the Slavia Field School, which was just fantastic that we can support our local citizens in their endeavours in the educational space as well. The Kingroy State High School, we supported them as well with the hydrogen project, and I'd also like to say that their art is at the Kingroy Art Gallery now, and if you haven't had a look, there are some pretty amazing pieces there, and you know, all grades, all years, and their artwork is just spectacular. And I do feel that we might have some very influential artists coming from Kingroy State High School, as well as the influential scientists and engineers that are probably going to come, especially out of that hydrogen project, because, and I really appreciate those kids that have put their heart and soul into that for the school. With relations to the youth as well, we've got the Youth Council, and applications will be opening soon for the Youth Council if they're not already open. So please, if you're interested, please contact any one of the councillors and we can put you in touch with the right paperwork for that. This is something that I feel very passionate about. We need the youth. We need their support, we need their input with everything that we do in council. So please put your application in for that. I've also been watching Memorial Park Basketball Court and the Warrior Course in Kingaroy taking shape. But dare I say, I'm very disappointed in the vandalism and graffiti that's been there at this time. And it's, you know, and the staff are doing their best they can to mitigate this and to keep up the work that they're trying to do. So if anyone sees anyone damaging anything, please call 000 in that space. Or you come across something that's been damaged of councils, please call council and let us know so we can rectify the issues straight away. We've had the Arts, Culture and Heritage and the Regional Arts Development Fund meetings, so you'll see them coming up in today's meeting. But also upcoming, just so you all know, we've got the Memorial Walk for Hope, which is on the 9th of October at Lions Park in Kingaroy, and this is done during Mental Health Week. And the 9th of October also represents the 9 people that die every single day in Australia from suicide. We've also got National Police Remembrance Day on Friday the 27th of December. And we've also got the Ration Shed anniversary on Friday the 4th of October. So they're having a big day out there. We've also got the Sexual Assault Awareness Rally. Mergen's on the 9th of October and Kingaroy is the 31st of October. And that's a walk in support of victims and to raise awareness for sexual assaults. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor and fellow councillors and community members, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Danita. Councillor Little.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, fellow councillors, senior leadership team and the gallery. Wherever I go anywhere and speak to our residents, I'm always asked, how's the job going and what does the life of a councillor look like? So I thought today I would give you a quick snapshot of my last month. It has been a very busy time since our last general meeting. There have been a lot of kilometres travelled, roads looked at and photographed, and many functions and activities attended. I've attended 8 community group meetings, participated in 6 workshops, attended 20 functions, held 7 on-site resident meetings, chaired 3 AGMs, had the pleasure of viewing the new social housing units in Kingaroy, and received 28 customer requests. This doesn't even take into the account the hundreds of emails that have to be viewed and answered. It's a very busy life as a councillor, but it is also very rewarding. I would like to thank all the many staff across all divisions of our council for their hard work and dedication to making the South Burnett a wonderful place to live. Our Parks and Gardens crew really go above and beyond to keep our region looking absolutely beautiful. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the organising committee of AvoFest. I've attended every AvoFest since its inception, and every year it gets better and better. Every single person who has ever organised this event has put their heart and soul into making it a worthwhile activity. I was lucky enough to attend a few meetings this year and see how hard the volunteers worked to bring this amazing event to life. The meetings were full of great ideas, working as a team, and lots of humour. This attitude was reflected in the way the AvoFest came together to be the wonderful event that it was. And having Mayor Cathy there on the day certainly made my day far more interesting. I tell you, she's a hard woman to keep up with. And she got me going into the Strong Woman competition, which I was an absolute failure at, and talked Jim Wilmot and myself into going into the wheelbarrow race. And I'm really pleased that Jim didn't tip me out. So everyone who attended had a great time, and the feedback I've received so far from store holders and visitors and the local community was that it was a fabulous event and they can't wait for next year. So a massive thank you to all of our community groups that volunteer their time to put on events that are enjoyed by all across the South Burnett. Another question that I get asked is, do you still have foster children? So, yes, I do. Phil and I are caring for 3 young people. Sorry. No, I'll be right in a sec. So, since I have the floor, I would like to draw to everyone's attention in the South Burnett community the desperate need for more foster carers in our region. Sorry. No. So many people tell me that they have thought about fostering, but I work full time, I have young children, I don't own my own home, I'm renting, I'm single, I'm too young, I'm too old. None of those are any reasons to not foster. I can say that if you have a spare bed and room in your heart, you are the perfect person to foster a child. I'm asking for everyone in the community who can help make a difference in a child's life to please contact CTC, Partners in Foster Care, your local child safety office, or contact me and I will help you navigate the foster care system. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Little. That was lovely speech, and thank you for being so passionate about caring for foster children. That's it shows that you really do care, and that's what we wanted in a councillor, was someone who cared about the community. So thank you for what you do. I'm just going to now ask Councillor Height to address the council on Division 6 matters from the last month.
Okay, good morning everybody. Before I report on Division 6, I would just like to make a comment to Councillor Little that foster carers are absolute champions in our community and change the lives of children. And if you can change the life of a child for the better, you have changed a human being for their whole life. And so I think you do a fantastic job as carer, as many other people do. And it's having previously worked for Uniting Care and CTC, so I know all about foster cares and foster kids, and they do a wonderful job. And thank you for what you do with fostering kids. Okay, Division 6. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate the Cumbria Cancer Support Group called Birds of a Feather, who celebrated their 20th anniversary last weekend. 2 major events in Division 6 in the last month were Scots in the Bush, as Councillor Sander mentioned, and the 103rd Wandai Show at the end of August. And by all reports, these were absolutely both fantastic events. And congratulations to the hard-working committees. Special congratulations to the newest life member of Wandai Show, Lauren Perkins, following in the family tradition of outstanding contribution to the Wandai Show. Are You OK Day last week is an opportunity to remember and check in on family, friends and colleagues. We had a small morning tea in Wandai and a region-wide breakfast in Kingaroy. Again, a hard-working committee delivering for our region and, more importantly, for our people. The Wandai Business Development Group are doing fantastic work. in Wondai, and they're having a meet and greet at the next Wondai Markets on the 26th of October to promote that business group. It's great that the state championships of the mountain bikes is being held at Gordonbrook in the 5th and 6th of October. Huge kudos to the South Burnett Mountain Bike Group for investing much time and money into developing the tracks with help from council, I might add, and being offered to run the state championships, and bringing all those riders to our area will be a fantastic event. As chair of Crow Radio, I'm very excited that we have a new general manager starting next week. So look out for that and an exciting new chapter for our wonderful radio station. Baido is another organisation I'm involved in, and their food strategy destination workshop last week was very informative for how we can get more paddock to plate type events and farmers markets. We do grow an awful lot of food here, and how we can connect food to consumers. Spring has sprung, and the Wondai Garden Expo is next weekend. Always a huge event not to be missed. And even if you're not a gardener, they have most wonderful garden ornaments and all sorts of things. So another fantastic event. As treasurer of the South Burnett Rail Trail Users Association, I'd also like to acknowledge our inaugural president, David Martindale, who passed away recently. He was a wonderful advocate for our region who will be sadly missed, not only in the Rail Trail group, but in many groups. So we thank him for his service, and rest in peace, David. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Yes, it was a sad day on Monday when we said farewell to David. He and Anne have been an amazing contribution over many, many years to South Bend Online. So I'll just hand over to Councillor Erkins to give an update on Division 1.
I did put the step in. Thank you. So like my fellow councillors, I have been pretty busy during the last month, and I think my fellow councillors have mentioned a lot of what we've been doing. But I'd just like to ask, with now doing our videos of our divisional, I'm wondering when the hair and makeup team is going to be coming in for us. And I do have a long list of things that's been happening in our area, but one of the things Councillor Little has said, that people ask you how you're enjoying council. And I think hearing each of my fellow councillors and what they do for their community, you can see that being here working with these people is honestly a great honour. And it is just, I say to everybody, the thing about working with my councillors is we all genuinely like one another and genuinely respect one another. That's not to say that we don't have differences of opinion on a lot of things, and we have some very, very heated debates, but I think that we all genuinely do care for our community, and as I said, like and respect our fellow councillors and their opinions and their right to have a different opinion to ours. I know that one other thing I'd also like to mention, following up on Councillor Roz's comments about David Martindale, I know that from the moment I got into council, this would probably be one of the only council meetings, and I don't know how many years, that I know that David wouldn't have been online watching, and he would normally give you a ring to clarify something afterwards, and he was always very supportive, I know, of all councillors, and I think he had the ear of most of us, and it really was and is a great loss. And to Anne, who did such an amazing job on Monday, I know that she will miss him as much or more, of course, than all of us. I'm very proud to be representing my division and representing them at a lot of community events. And it's really a great thing to be able to go out and, lay a wreath on behalf of my community, one thing. We attend a lot of meetings of community groups, and the Bowie Hall is one. They have a very small committee. They are desperate for other members, so if there's anyone out there looking to get in and help a committee, the Bowie Hall are celebrating 100 years since they first formed their first committee to fundraise for the Bowie Hall. Manumba are also celebrating 100 years, which is going to be happening, I think, in October. It was while we have a fabulous community, and the whole region is made up of some really great volunteer committees who put in hard work throughout the many towns and villages throughout our region. You know, the park runs that we have, the dance lessons where people go learn to dance and just learn to socialise and make friends. We also have the Nanango Show Society, who held a very, very successful music muster, heritage music muster on the weekend, where there were over 600 caravans, I believe, in Nanango. They add such a lot to the region, and they add life and soul to downtown. It's great, besides the fact they also spend their money, which of course is always very handy to a community. One thing that we have been working on in Nanango, there's been some input from a local resident who raised concerns about parking in and around the BP garage and the impact that trucks have on people coming out from one of the roads. So we've been working on that, and it's great to see that we have some line marking in there. Although it's still not addressing all the issues, it really is good to see the input from community raising concerns. And I really encourage my community, if they have concerns, to contact me, and with help of the staff, we will work to see how we can address these issues. On saying that, we all know that social media is a very judgmental, may I say, tool. But it was really good to see the compliments coming in for our council. Someone put in and said that they had had an issue with a water blockage, and complimented how great the staff were when they rang up, how great the young man who went out and replaced their water meter. And it really is fabulous to hear that feedback. As a council, councillors, we're very proud to be here, and we are very proud of our staff, and we want those staff, we ask our community to please treat them with respect, because what you put up on social media complaining about the job they do, you know, it really doesn't help the morale of our council members. And we all go out and recognise things like Are You OK Day, but then we'll go and make some really, really nasty and rude comment on social media. So just ask if people would just give a little thought before you complain about something, and maybe see if you can chase down and see what that is before you do so. I won't go through all the things that have been achieved in my region, mainly because they're all looking at me and they all say that I go on too much anyway. But I think from, as I said, what my fellow councillors said, you know, we're all supporting one another. We all go to events, try and support where we can. And I just ask that the community give to councillors and to our staff, our fabulous staff, the same respect that we're trying to give to one another. And thank you for the opportunity, Mayor Cathy, for being able to present this very sketchy report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Well, very well put. Yes, we really do value our staff, and it was good that you highlighted that. Councillor Deneen. So Councillor Deneen will give an update on Division 4.
No, I'm not sure. Do I need the box? Is that better? Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity again. Guardedly, I say that because I'm not really fussed on being TV, and I love the idea of the hair and makeup team. Thanks, Jane. We do go to a lot of things. We go to a lot of things together. So many of the things that we've already spoken about, I've been to with my fellow councillors, and it's been fascinating and really encouraging to see the things that happen in the South Burnett in just a month. It's quite staggering. I have previously many times judged at Kingaroy Gymkhana and been involved with that. A great Gymkhana, heaps of fun. I got to judge the rider classes. We have fabulous young riders in this area and great organisations. I also got to judge the best dressed at the homeschooled library book week, which was even more challenging than a rider class. So they were all amazing, and to pick one was terribly difficult. We went to, I've been to the outreach service, the Women's Legal Service Rural, Regional and Remote Outreach Team at Mogan YMCA, and they were terrific because, as you know, there are a lot of women and men, of course, but this is specifically for women who are quiet and don't speak about the things that concern them, especially rural women, because they're the ones who have always just got on with the job and never asked for a hand. But there is a great service, and if you need those contact details, we have them here at Council. The ride for relay, yes, Danita. I actually had an excuse. I had to go home and do the horses, but after 60 k's on a bike, I could barely breathe, let alone walk. It was fabulous. Jason does an amazing job. As always, we punch above our weight. I've attended the Relay for Life at Bethany and been entertained again by the beautiful Rural Ladies Choir, who still keeping on, and they're just beautiful. Congratulations to the Birds of a Feather. They are amazing. Then we could get to our shows. Wandai Show, gosh, I have been involved with Wandai Show for many, many years, having been a former ring steward, and they did change to having the trucks in the show, and they pushed the horses down the other end, and I thought, oh, but it's amazing. It was the biggest show I've ever seen at Wandai, and possibly the biggest in the South Burnett. There were so many people, there were plenty of horses, there were so many trucks, there were so many people, so many arts and crafts. It was just staggering. So congratulations to the Wandai Show Society for the amazing job they did. The schools, we have fabulous schools. I was so privileged to attend my favourite Rural and State School Bugle Band, as my children all were in the Bugle Band, and they had the privilege of having the Army come, the Army Band, to give them a morning coaching with their bugles, and the Army Band actually played at lunchtime for the children. They were fantastic. We should have been in a concert hall somewhere with this amazing band who did mention a couple of times that they were grateful to be paid to be musicians in the Army and not be at the front line, and also fielded amazing personal and interesting questions from those children in primary school at Warrilla, and they did a beautiful job. So grateful to them. I went to the opening of the St Lutheran's new secondary college, the building, which was brilliant. And I've also had a chat to our council team about the parking there, because it is a problem. And our team have come up with a great solution, I believe, and I think that's going to be implemented quite soon at a relatively low cost to us, because we always have to worry about cost because, as I say, when people ask me about being on council, if you could just give me $100 million, we'd be okay. We could do all the things we wanted to do. Unfortunately, we can't, and they haven't. I did attend the opening of the Kingaroy State High School art exhibition, which was brilliant. There are some seriously talented young people in our area, and all we've got to do is, I think it's open for another few weeks. Yeah, so if you've got a spare 10 minutes, well, maybe a bit longer because you'll keep looking, go down and have a look at that. I was asked to attend the St Mary's formal, which was just joyous. To see the young people that we're churning out in our region, how they present themselves, how they speak, was a joy, and I was so grateful to go to that. I did also attend with Councillor Potter the interesting talk by Amber Fitzherbert on her recent trip to Poland. What a fascinating young person, another example of our students going on to greater things, and I'm quite sure she will go to greater things. And it was great to go to Passchendaele, which is a beautiful spot. A few rough roads on the way though, so we probably need to talk about them, and we will, no doubt. Another fundraiser was my very dear friends Sue and Phil Cox, who have a music long weekend quite regularly and raise money for the McGrath nurses, of which Sue is one, and she's a passionate advocate for this cause, and it was wonderful. Talking about roads, I'm very grateful to have access to our staff because we do get asked about the roads a lot, and we can come and talk to the staff, or if we're really clever, we can find out the schedule and we can check ourselves, and we can tell them when those roads are due to be done. When that makes people happier, they just want to know. They don't want to be kept in the dark, and if we can get that information to them, that's really good. The foster care system, we attended the foster care. I attended the dinner, and I did work as a community visitor for the public guardian before this role. Linda said everything, and congratulations and thank you. Now, I'm not going to cry as well, Linda, because it's so important. Those children, they just get such a leg up from having beautiful people that take care of them. And it's right, you're right. You know, it was different years ago, and people couldn't foster if they were young or old or in a same-sex relationship. And now you can. It doesn't matter. You know, you're a good person. You can give that to another young person, and it makes a big difference. So thank you. And I suppose while we're nearly in tears, the loss of David, who I've served on 2 committees with, and is just a huge loss to our area. It was lovely to see how many people were at his service. The respect he has from everybody, especially our other media outlets who are always there with David, was just beautiful. And our condolences to Anne and the family. So thank you. I think that's about it, but thank you very much, and I look forward to talking to people as always and chatting about where they want our council to go and the direction. And we do all, as Jane said, we work together. We do have our differences, but we actually do respect and genuinely like each other. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen, for that Divisional Councillor update. I'm going to give a short mayoral update, and then we will move on to, we've got the Kingaroy Twilight QCWA in the gallery, and they're going to do a book presentation to Danielle from our Kingaroy Library. So I'll just do my mayoral update. And thank you, my fellow councillors. I just really appreciate the passion that you put towards giving your divisional councillor updates, and want to acknowledge particularly Councillor Linda Little for her passionate plea for more foster carers, because I 100% agree, and what you do is amazing. I also wanted to acknowledge David Martindale, the passing of a very iconic and wonderful person for our region. He did an amazing job with his wife Anne, and I'd like to extend my condolences to Anne and to the family, because it is a very, very sad loss for our region. So my mayoral update is going to be short, brief, but Australian Citizenship Day was the 17th of September, and as part of the celebration, it was an honour for me to conduct the formal citizenships of 6 new Australian citizens for our region. Myself and my fellow councillors and senior staff then enjoyed an Aussie morning tea put on by our staff with crackers, Vegemite, cheese, avocado dip, and traditional Aussie lamingtons. I attended and officially opened 2 iconic events for our region over the weekend, the Nanango Music Muster and the Black Bat Avocado Festival. It was wonderful to see so many people out and about enjoying the beautiful weather and the fun and festivities on offer at both venues. As part of the business of council, I am pleased that we are going to soon be working on the water quality in Kingaroy. We put funding in the budget, have been out to tender, and will soon be rolling out the program. Residents will have their water main pipes air scoured. This will be done street by street and will cause some inconvenience as the program is worked through. There will be a fact sheet and a letterbox drop to let everyone know exactly what is happening. There will also be a video explaining the process, which can be viewed on our council website and council's Facebook page. This measure is to improve the water quality It was successful in Mergen when it was done during my term as the Divisional Councillor, and I look forward to positive improvements with the Kingaroy Water when we complete the program. Council is also heavily engaged in our reseal preparation. There will be lots of roads right across the region included in our bitumen reseal program. This preparation includes filling the potholes and smoothing the road as much as possible before the reseal coat goes on. And thank you to Councillor Sander for his understanding of the roads and making sure that all of those potholes get addressed and also the road becomes smoother. Our council team are doing the preparation work, which is normally done by contractors. We are very focused on upskilling our own staff to do more of the work where we can, rather than engaging contractors or consultants. We're very much a back to basics council, and it is very important to us that the council staff feel valued and have pride in their work, as Councillor Erkins articulated before. It's really important for us to value our staff and for the community to appreciate our staff, because they are at the coalface and doing the hands-on jobs that make council proud. We want them to be proud of that they carry the South Belt Regional Council badge and proud to work for our council. Myself and my fellow councillors continue to be out and about across the region. I am grateful for the support of our council team to deliver the best outcomes we possibly can for our whole community. I'm honoured and humbled to continue to serve this beautiful region as your Mayor. So thank you. So that's all the Divisional Councillor updates. So now at 10:30 we'll break for morning tea, but we've got a presentation before morning tea. So do we do that online? I think, will we close the meeting and then do the presentation? Yeah, I think we'll just, would someone like to move that we adjourn for morning tea? Councillor Potter, and seconded by Councillor Sander. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So I'll now call, we've got Lorraine and Kim from the Kingaroy Twilight Councillor Little, seconded Councillor Height. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item on the agenda is 10.1. It is 10.2, business outstanding table for ordinary council meeting on page 49. The officer's recommendation is that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. Someone to move that. Councillor Erkin, seconded Councillor Height. Now we need any discussion on the business outstanding. Any questions? So, Councillor Sander.
Do we have an update on Kratzmann's Road intersection?
I might hand over to Jed. Do you have an update on? So if you could, because we've asked that question a number of times, it's been a long, drawn-out process. That Kratzmann's Road crossing was meant to be done as part of a development approval. As they rolled that development out, that when they reached a certain number of pigs and in their approval, they had to do that upgrade. So if you could get that information, that would be great. Any other questions? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. Just on page 66 with regards to Ringsfield House, just through you, Madam Mayor, just curious as to where that's at with regards to community use of that space.
So I might hand over to Councillor Erkins to answer that question because she's all over what's happening at Ringsfield.
Thank you. So we have a group of artists and we're starting in the process of organising the induction of those volunteers, and they're going to actually do the art section in the veranda, but in exchange for that they're going to have the house open. In November, I think it is, there is a group who are going to be having a Christmas market up there of all homemade and produced goods, and the house will be open for that event. With the artists, hopefully we're going to be doing that on the first weekend of the month. The proposal is that we do it. We have it open on Saturday while the market's on, allowing people to come from the market, come over to the house and go through the house. And also we're hoping the artists are going to be working in the gardens on their artwork so people can walk around. Hopefully we can get a few musicians also to, maybe play a bit of music in the gardens for that. But that's as far as we have got so far.
So are you happy with that response, Councillor
Yes, thank
Potter?
you, Madam Mayor.
Can I also say we are actually hoping that maybe some of those volunteers, we can actually share them with the information centre, because there is a fair sort of we don't have enough volunteers at the information centre. But I did put out a notice saying that we needed volunteers for the motors. And there are a couple of people who have put their hand up and said that they're happy to look at that. So we've got to work again through, I think Sarah would be the one doing their induction, and hopefully then working through, I think Mel has a instruction book on how to do the motors. But we're hoping, maybe if we can get, sort of 4 or 5 volunteers on those motors, it would enable us to do them without putting any great pressure on someone that they have to be there all the time. And then coming back to Ringsfield House, Councillor, we're just going to start with one weekend that the market's on, and then try and work from there. Saturday night we're hoping maybe wine and cheese or something, because it's a beautiful house. Yep. And I know it used to be utilised a lot by people giving them an opportunity to dress up and go out. So that's what we're hoping to do. And from there, hopefully, progress with other ventures.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Potter.
Sorry, yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Also on page 71, I just was wondering through you, this may have to be a question on notice, but where the trunk infrastructure upgrade applications are at this particular stage. There was 2 items we put on there, and I'm just wondering whether we've done anything with that at this stage, or can we get an update?
So I'll hand over to Acting General Manager of Infrastructure, Jed.
I haven't got direct knowledge on it, I'm sorry, but I will get back to you. I'll take it on notice and return back to you, unless the CEO has advice.
CEO, Mark.
Just depending, Councillor, sorry, my apologies. Jed, I think it's the ones that we're the Kingaroy North, the ones that we've been tic-tacking back and forth to the department. If they're the two, if we're talking about the same grant program, Kingaroy North, and that's the ones that we've been. So there's been actually, yeah, it's all in a name. Yes, so it's those ones. So we've been actually engaging with the department, and Jed's been actually working very closely with the department as far as providing further information, and without stealing any more of your thunder, it's those ones.
Those two.
Yep.
So one was the infrastructure design sewer. Right. I thought it was developer related. I'm sorry. Got slewed by the question. So we've prepared application in relationship to those. The design we've got multiple applications in multiple programs. Council had a resolution in relation to submission to both the housing support program and the local government grants and subsidies program. In relationship to design only, we sought to apply through the local government grants and subsidies program. From memory, we were able to submit construct projects and one planning project, and we sought to submit the design of the trunk sewer for Kingaroy North in the planning program. But yet to hear. We doubled up based on Council's advice, utilising the housing support program. It was a very large project, but it's also highly competitive. What we sought there, it was a construct program. We had to seek a design and construct alternative for the same, basically for the same infrastructure. So we've got, we certainly put our hand up in relationship to both of those funding programs. Perhaps if you're a betting person, we were best equipped for the planning project that we had submitted. And I'm sorry I took so much prompting out of the blocks there on the project.
Thank you for that update, Acting Infrastructure General Manager, Jed. Councillor Little.
So on page 70, Resolution 2024-62, the old pavers from Blackbutt Township redevelopment. I did have a call the other day from the tennis club asking when they were going to be able to collect those. That they hadn't been officially informed by council that they could collect those pavers.
So thank you, Councillor Little. Do we have, Mel, can you answer that, or if you'd like to come up and just answer that query of Councillor Little's?
Hi, Councillor Little. Yeah, a letter's just been drafted today and sent to the tennis club, advising them that the pavers are there and contact us when they want to pick them up. So.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks, Michael.
Done.
Thank you. Any other questions on the Councillor Sander?
On page 87, the sale of 2019 and Terrace, can we get an update on that, or if we're going to start that process?
Is there anyone in the gallery from the staff that can answer that question? Paul?
Through you, Madam Mayor. The tender has gone to our procurement team. They're just checking it off and should be released sometime in the next few days for Tien and Terrace to go to adjoining owners.
Thanks, Paul. There was another one, I can't find it in there now, but it was to do with the tender being called for the Poston dip.
So, yes, I was going to ask that question too. So I know that there's some interest from locals and they haven't seen a tender come through. So just wondering where that's at.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the tender documents are being reviewed on that one as well. Should be released soon.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Deneen.
Yeah, on page 72, with the new menu-based phone system, Is there feedback from our customers regarding that? How are they finding it?
I'll hand over to Beck to answer that question.
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question. We've had no negative feedback, which is good, but we could get some stats together as to who's clicking on what function, if you like, for the next meeting.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's great. I'm sure if there was negative feedback, we would have it. So to know that there is no negative feedback, I'm delighted. Congratulations and thank you.
So I've had some positive feedback. I've had people say that they're pleased that they can do that. Councillor Erkins?
I wondered, hate to throw the cat amongst the pigeons, but I wondered on that when I have rung up at times and it's telling me it's going to put me through to, you know, who do I want, which town do I want to? I wondered whether what would be better would be, do you want to speak to rates, water, plumbing?
But no, when I was campaigning, they absolutely wanted to speak to locals, because what they were saying, and the feedback I've got is, at least they know now what street you're talking about. That was what it was about.
Well, I understand in saying that, but I happen to know that quite often in the Nanango office, the people working at the desk there are not Nanango residents, so they really do not know. So if I ring there to speak to them about a water leak somewhere in town, they don't know. They have to go to the water department, whereas really, wouldn't it be a lot faster for so not me, but somebody ring as a customer to be able to press 1 for water issues?
So, but when they're ringing up, we want them just to go to the customer service. That's what they're ringing up, to put a customer request in. We don't want them to go to any further than that, but it's just about speaking to someone in the local customer service centre, so that when they say about a road, they generally know that's. So we don't want them to be looking to go straight to water or waste. That would just be too complicated. They wouldn't be using our proper process.
Okay. One of the complaints that I do get from customers is, you know, that they don't want to talk to somebody at the desk that really has no idea, especially if it's a second call, they've had an issue with something before and they want to then speak. And I know that departments don't probably like being interrupted by that, but those people that are taking the information calls on our emails, you know, I find it difficult as a customer, not as a councillor, when I want to speak to someone about a particular issue and I'm speaking to someone on the desk. And as I said, in Nanango, quite often, not a local resident, so they really don't know where I'm speaking about. They don't know the issue that I'm speaking about, and they don't have any solutions. They're only going to take a message from me and pass it on to the department.
I think that's a whole different discussion. Because
I did say cat amongst.
Yeah, because what they're meant to be doing is taking the calls, at least knowing the local area, and then getting someone in the staff to get back to them. And that's where we. If it's not happening as it should be, that's where we need to change the policy. I think that they needed to get back to them, but within 24 hours. I'm not just sure, but we probably need to relook at that policy and make sure that those people in whichever department they want are actually getting back to them, because I think that's a bigger issue. Any Councillor Sander?
Just following on from Councillor Erkin's comments there, we would have to employ 10 more staff to answer the phones in each department. Because if they're ringing up to talk to someone, as a councillor, I can't even ring up and talk to someone about water. You know, it's just too difficult.
Yeah,
You're never going to be able to get that many people on the ground to deal with those issues.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because that's what the idea of the customer service centre is, because that's their role. So, but anyway, if we just get some feedback, that would be great. Thanks, Beck. Any other questions? Councillor Deneen?
Yeah, just following on from that with the lone worker policy, how are we going with that?
Beck, are you able to answer that one?
We're in the process of finalising the evaluation of the tenders that we got for the call services. When we've gone through that, because the lone worker is no longer provided as part of that service, we'll then work out a transition and work out who we're going to go with for lone worker.
Thanks heaps.
Thanks, Beck, and thanks, Deb Deneen, for that question. Councillor Dean, do we have any other questions? Everyone happy with Councillor Little?
So I'm just looking at page 79. The council undertake a full review of the animal management services, and it says in here that a report to be presented to the September ordinary council meeting. I don't believe it's on the agenda.
That's a good question, Councillor Little. I hand over to CEO Mark.
Yep, no, that is just finding the right page, Councillor, so I'm talking to you. Actually, would you believe, as Maxwell Smart would say, would you believe, I was talking to the animal compliance officers yesterday about the direction, particularly with the follow-up on the pound. They've started, there's probably not the printed signs, yep. They've been out to Dalby and had a bit of a look at their pound. They've started doing a sample audit of the ones here that we've still got facilities without going into each town, but they've had a look at a couple of the different facilities that exist from pre-amalgamation. The notice of motion overtook this, so getting that up for the local laws. This will be, there's a workshop in October as far as going through the local laws and the animal management. And then, yeah, there just needs to be a reassessment. Actually, I must admit I hadn't chased him up about the September meeting to date, but yeah, it's actually progressing. It's, by the sounds of it, it's just probably a month or two behind where it should be as far as the report back. But certainly there'll be the next week's workshop. We can have a bit of a yarn, but they are progressing the other elements of that resolution.
Okay, thanks, CEO Mark.
Any other questions? Councillor Erkins.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes.
Oh, yes, sorry, I was looking at
I just wonder whether council are consulting with any of the existing kennels to see whether they would be interested in having a section at their kennel to do some of the holding of dogs.
Yeah, not at this point. When this discussion came up, I did reach out to a previous tenderer the last go around, which they hadn't, no, they declined to reply, I suppose would be the way to put it. So we did, yeah, when this came up for this resolution, we're talking about different options for pounds and whether we'd extend the RSPCA contract. Now, in discussions, as I said, literally yesterday, it sounds like the check's in the mail, but in discussions literally yesterday, we were talking about the proposed tender, and so we've got the current contract in place. So there's, adding to the answer I gave for Councillor Little, is having a look at not only the facility out at the airport, but also who owns what, and that's an interesting conversation, which I won't go into just now. The tenure and the lease arrangements, and there's a range of things. So when we get to the space of discussing about a future tender, yes, there will be contact made as part of any normal procurement or tender process with other kennels or agencies that may be interested in providing those services, as well as a comparison about doing it in-house.
Yeah, I just wondered whether, rather than letting the whole lot go to one place, whether it may not be worth looking at that the different, where there are currently kennels in different towns. I know that would probably be a lot more speedy if a dog was picked up in Nanango. If it was taken to a Nanango kennel, it would be a lot less time, and it would also make it a lot easier for residents to be able to pick up their dogs. And I do believe that some of the kennels are a bit interested in some communications with council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Deneen.
On page 76, the resolution about new ways of handling volumes of waste. How's that going? Through you, Mayor, Leo.
So, is this CEO Mark? Did you want to answer that one, or is there someone in staff can answer?
I can answer that, Madam Mayor. So we
Leo?
made contact with Regroup. They operate the MRF down at Sunshine Coast. So the chap that is the contact, he's been away since early September. So we've just been liaising. I've just reached out again recently, just when he's back on deck, we'll arrange some dates in the next couple of months, just to try and align it with the council's schedule of meetings, and all council or just some councils would want to visit that site.
Yeah, it'd be great. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to Cultural Working Group on item 11.1 on page 95. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council establish the Cultural Advisory and Working Group and develop a terms of reference that includes the Mayor and all councillors being a member of the working group, staff representatives to include the Chief Executive Officer Mark Pitt, Manager Leanne Peterson, Manager Rebecca Bainton, and C, delegate the power to the Chief Executive Officer to appoint other parties to the working group as identified and required. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? So this was going to be a Reconciliation Action Plan working group, but we decided, well, I actually led the idea of changing it to a Cultural Advisory Working Group, because the Reconciliation Action Plan is just one part of what I think should be a complete building of relationships around our First Nations people and the South Bennett Regional Council. Rather than just ticking a box, we can do the Reconciliation Action Plan as part of that working group. So that's why we've gone down that path. Councillor Sander?
In the report, they're missing a C on the end of Madoff.
Oh, okay. So yes, in the report, it just needs to have an NAIDOC on this third line of the first paragraph. Thank you. Any other discussion around establishing this working group? So it's been moved by Councillor Deneen and seconded by Councillor Potter. You ready to vote? To put it to the vote, all those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to 11.2, Red Green Tape Reduction Advisory Working Group. The officer's recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council establish the Red Green Tape Advisory and Working Group and develop a terms of reference that includes the Mayor and all councillors being a member of the working group, staff representatives to include the Chief Executive Officer Mark Pitt, Manager Kerry Anderson, Manager Rebecca Bainton, Manager James Darcy, Senior Environmental Health Officer Sarah Kent, and C, delegate the power to the Chief Executive Officer to appoint other parties to the working group as identified and required. So I'd like to move this one because I just think it's very much what I campaigned on, to try and reduce red tape. I think everybody in all local governments believe that there's too much red tape. That's right through from the CEO Mark had the idea of establishing this, so right through from the CEOs through to the people on the ground to all think that there's too much red tape. And so I've actually had people, when they heard that we were going to establish this, locals, everyone wants to be on this particular working group, and I've had to tell them it's just going to be in-house for the time being. So I'd like to move that. Someone to second that? And Councillor Hyde. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next one is that South Bennett, it's item 11.3 on page 99, that South Bennett Regional Council establish the Highsville Advisory and Working Group and develop a terms of reference that includes A, the Mayor and all councillors being a member of the working group, B, staff representatives to include the Chief Executive Officer Mark Pitt, Manager Kerry Anderson, Manager Rebecca Bainton, Manager Leo Jensen, Senior Compliance and NRM Officer Scott Bastow, Coordinator Development Services David Hursthouse, Senior Building Certifier Russell Springall, Plumbing Inspector Arthur Dawson, and C, delegate the power to the Chief Executive Officer to appoint other parties to the working group as identified and required. So someone to move that. Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Little. So this one is, I might hand over to CEO Mark to explain why we have a Highsville one in particular.
Thanks, Mayor. So this one's come about through a range of community engagements and interactions. There's some quite specific issues in Highsville as far as that require a multi-department or whole of council approach. And this was just seen as an opportunity to work with the community and the Progress Association out there, as well as identify some of those issues. Use it as a little bit of a model, I suppose, as far as call it community development, but I'm not sure if that's the right term for it, but community enhancement. And it sort of feeds in a little bit too with the red tape reduction and different ranges. There's an opportunity to to work, I'm repeating myself, but there's an opportunity to work very cooperatively with the community and other agencies, so that there's not a duplication or a waste of effort, but a coordination, so we get best bang for the buck out there.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments around this particular resolution? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So the next item is 11.4 on page 102. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council approves the Chief Executive Officer. Oh, okay, so I'll read it from the screen. That South Bennett Regional Council note the information in this report and approve the submission of the following project. The one above. Pursuant to the Local Government Act 2009, South Bennett Regional Council delegates the Mayor to appoint the Acting Chief Executive Officer for the duration of the Chief Executive Officer's leave. So someone to move that. Councillor Little, seconded Deputy Mayor Potter. Any discussion? Everyone happy? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 11.5, Growing Regions Program Round 2 Grant Opportunity. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council note the information in this report and approve the submission of the following project under this grant funding opportunity. So we haven't got a project here. So I would like to, someone like to move, I'll move that we progress an application for signage across our region, and seconded by Councillor Potter. So the signage would be in our towns and villages to help build resilience, because we would be able to put up if there was certain issues around flooding or things that we wanted people to do to make the community safer. We could also include an Indigenous component by putting, in some areas we've got Waka Waka country, and around Blackbutt there's a different tribe, so we could use that to explain to the community which country, which particular tribe or First Nations people that they were in. It ticks a lot of boxes, I believe. Everyone's wanting signage, but this is an opportunity for us to have it even in the smaller villages, and we would have to match it dollar for dollar. So we've already got some money in the budget for signage, and we would only have to put a smaller amount towards this. Has to be $1 million project, and I think we've already got about 340. I might ask acting General Manager Kerry to tell us how much money we've already got in the budget for signage.
Yes, so through you, Madam Mayor, in this current financial year we have a budget in there of around $385,000 for signage. So because we would have to match this funding application dollar for dollar, we'd only have to put in about $120,000 to match that dollar for dollar, because we've already budgeted for that. And then we can roll out some signage across our region. So anyone got any questions or comments on that particular suggestion? Councillor Sander?
Just while we're looking at that, would it be beneficial to put cameras on those?
Not sure how that would work, but does anyone have some comments?
on an entrance to each town or whatever, it may be beneficial down the track for, I don't know, for
Safety.
safety. If you put cameras on them, at least we could, people could see who's coming in and out of those towns.
It's probably, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So that would probably add to the to the attraction of towards the the assessors of the funding application, because it's meant to tick boxes for First Nations and safety and resilience and all of those things. So that would help, I believe. So are you ready to vote? Put that to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 12.1 on page 107. The officer's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council's Arts, Culture and Heritage Policy Strategic 009 be adopted as presented. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter. Someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 12.2, adoption of the South Bend Regional Council Library Collection Development Policy on page 113. The officer's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council Library Collection Development Policy Strategic 020 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Height. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 12.3 on page 118. The officer's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council Libraries Operations Policy Strategic 021 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Little. Ready to vote? Any questions? Councillor Height.
I was just going to make a comment that we have got copies of these and they're really just minor adjustments, so they're not as though they're major changes. Feels like we're just ticking and flicking, but we have got copies of them to go through to see the changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde, for bringing that to the gallery's attention, because, yes, we have gone over these policies and they are only minor changes. Are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 12.4 on page 124. The officer's recommendation is that the South Bend Regional Council Policy Framework Strategic 006 be adopted as presented. So this is the council policy framework. So would someone like to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion, questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. We're now moving on to item 12.5, monthly financial information on page 132. The officer's recommendation is that the monthly financial report, including capital works and works for Queensland, W4Q4, as at 31st of August 2024, be received and noted. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Height. I'll ask Acting GM Kerry to give an update on where we are with our financial report.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. The rates levied for the July to December period have been levied. The last day to have received the early payment discount being Monday that's just gone, the 16th of September. Outstanding debts payable to Council continue to be low, with rates in arrears currently sitting at 5.1% at the end of August. It is predicted that this will have increased for the September period, as the July to December rate levies will be classed as overdue by the end of September. Finance are currently finalising the first quarter budget review, which will be presented to Council at the October 24 Council meeting. The draft 23-24 financial statements have been provided to the auditors for their review. Currently, the operating deficit for the 23-24 year is looking to land at 9.98 million. which is better than the original estimated position provided to council as part of the 24-25 budget of 10.85 million. This deficit includes the negative effect of the delayed payment from the financial assistance grant of approximately 6.8 million. I now present the August monthly financials to the Chamber for their information.
Thank you, Kerry. Any questions? So that federal assistance grant certainly did affect our bottom line, but it was just a book entry. And I actually raised that at the National General Assembly because the minister at the Assembly in Canberra said that everybody's money came in before the 30th of June and that no council had received less, and yet we had received less, and we also received it after the 30th of June. So they were well and truly aware that we weren't happy, and there were other councils in that same position. So it didn't just affect our council, it affected quite a few other councils. So not good. And so we are urging, and the whole Assembly was urging a change to those federal assistance grants to make sure that they come in on time and that they, we're advocating for more of the federal assistance grants, and I believe we need the methodology needs to be changed as well. I know that the Local Government Association is saying don't go there, just try and get more, but still we've been shortchanged every step of the way with the allocation. So I definitely, and we won't, if I put CEO Mark on to explain how angry he is, we won't finish the meeting till the rest of the day. So I'll probably let him hold his fire at the moment, but we are very concerned about where the federal assistance grant is going. So yeah, but thank you for the update. Any questions to Kerry? Or if not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 12.6 on page 182. So that's the appointment of the independent members to the Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee. So the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council appoint Peter van der Eyck as an independent committee member of the South Burnett Regional Council Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee for the term of 4 years. And number 2, John Oberhart as an independent committee member of the South Burnett Regional Council Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee for a term of 4 years. Number 3, Corin Bischoff as an independent committee member of the South Burnett Regional Council Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee for a term of 4 years. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Height. Someone to second that? Councillor Potter. So, Councillor Height.
Yes, just wanted to make a comment. With the Mayor and the CEO, we interviewed a number of people. We had a lot of applications for this committee, and it is fantastic that there's a lot of interest in people, external people being on our committee. It's always good to have a fresh set of eyes running over our internal and external audit and our risk registers, and they come up with great suggestions, making us a more efficient and more risk safe and, situation, environment, organisation. So we had our first audit and risk meeting yesterday, and these independent members have valuable insights, and I think it just makes us a better organisation. So fully supportive of this.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Any other comments? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. We're moving on to item 13.1 on page 185. The officer's recommendation, this is heavy vehicle bypass Nanango, that South Burnett Regional Council write to the Department of Transport and Main Roads, TMR, requesting the transfer of the heavy vehicle bypass Cairns Street and Appin Street West for a section of Drayton Street in Nanango. Moved by Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Height. Councillor Erkins, would you like to speak to this one?
I'm very pleased to see this resolution come up, and I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to have something worked out. That section of Cairns Street running down onto the highway, those corners are very bad. Council are consistently repairing those. It never is, as soon as it rains, those potholes are back again or they sink. It really is terrible. And the ratepayers are having to pay to maintain what I consider to be a main road's responsibility. So that's one benefit for it. But the other benefit is definitely the fact that it takes Drayton Street, our main business section, out of the hands of main roads and puts it back into council hands, which mean that there are a lot of things that we can do in the street there that we haven't been able to do before. The issues having a road blocked, to have marches, to have parades, and to have different things has just been put it out of the realm of having a lot of things in that Main Street area. So I see if we're able to do something here with main roads, it would be really fabulous for our town. One of the things I'd also like to address in it is that bypass, when they come down onto the main road, Diagula Highway or Henry Street, that there's signage there to take them north so that they're not, the heavy vehicles are not turning left into Cann Street, that they do turn right into Cann Street. So I'd like in that negotiations to really stress, and I'm sure that Aaron will be doing that on our behalf to make sure that the heavy vehicles are detoured on that bypass and not through our town at all.
You don't want that added. Do you think it's just happen as a matter of course?
I
think we need that in there. Or?
No.
No. Okay.
No, I'm pretty confident that our staff will take that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Urquhart. Any other discussion on that particular motion? If not, I'll put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 14.1 on page 188, and this is the Local Government Infrastructure Plan 5-year review process. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council resolves to 1. List for its consideration at its first 24-25 budget quarterly review an amount of $125,000 ex-GST to undertake the LGIP review process and to meet its statutory obligations under the relevant legislation, and 2. Undertake an amendment to its LGIP in accordance with Chapter 5 of the Minister's Guidelines and Rules under the Planning Act 2016. Someone to move that? Deputy Mayor Potter. Someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? So we have to do this as it's up for review. If we want to have infrastructure charges, we have to have this LGIP policy. So we really have no option but to pay the amount of 125. Well, it's going to go out to tender, I believe, and it's procurement, and we will just have to it'll be a competitive procurement. So I guess 125 is about what we think it will end up being. So, Councillor Sander.
Yeah, as much as I don't like parting with funds for stuff like this or policies, it's a legislational requirement, and I believe if it lasts the 5 years, well then it's only 25,000 over the 5 years anyway, so over each year. So it's if it's legislation, we've got to do it.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Leo, would you like to comment?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just a brief comment there about the procurement. The state government have a number of appointed consultants that undertake these plans or these reviews, so that it'll be effectively a targeted procurement for those particular firms that have been pre-approved by the state.
Thank you, Leo, for that clarification. Okay, are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 14.2 on page 200. Development permit for a material change of use for multiple dwelling at 10 Agnes Street, Kingaroy. I'll just go to that one. So the officer's recommendation is that council approve the application for a development permit for a material change of use multiple dwelling, 3 by 2 bedroom units at 10 Agnes Street, Kingaroy, Queensland 46110, and described as Lot 7 on RP 41769, subject to conditions and recommendations contained herein. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, Councillor Potter seconded. So, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, this is one of those good news stories. The same as the units which we work with regional housing in up in Kingaroy Street. We're going to get another 3 2-bedroom units up in Agnes Street, and I think the Kelvin Street ones have gone out for tender, if I heard you correctly yesterday, CEO. Yeah. So, I mean, to me, this is something that we can do as a council to help our homeless situation and help people get into real bricks and mortar.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Yeah, I 100% agree. This is, people say to us, what is council doing about the housing crisis? And we are certainly walking the talk by giving land and partnering with regional housing to get some housing outcomes for our community. So absolutely support this project. Any other comments, questions? It's been moved and seconded. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. We're moving on to item 14.3 on page 260. Minor change to existing approval for a material change of use. The officer's recommendation is that council approve the change request pursuant to S81 under the Planning Act 2016, subject to the following changes as outlined below. Amended conditions shown in bold and conditions proposed to be deleted has been used. So this is 4 Scott Street, Wandai, described as lot 800 on SB 332471, applicant SJS Fuels Proprietary Limited, care of Project Urban. So that's that one. So someone to move that. Councillor Height. Someone to second. Councillor Little. Leo, did you want to discuss this one or just give us a bit of a briefing on it?
It will be brief, Madam Mayor, thank you. The proposal's coming before council because there's a minor amendment in terms of the reduction of the gross floor area of the shop, the service station, and the requirement. I'm just having a little quick look here. Yeah, that's pretty much it, really. It just triggers the requirement for it to come back to council for consideration.
Okay, so are we ready to vote? Oh, Councillor Sander.
Just noticed in the summary, was the 2 pylon signs and illuminated signage on fascia in the original application?
I couldn't respond to that immediately. I'd have to take that on notice, councillor, just to find out.
Are you happy for it to be taken on notice? Are you still able to vote, not knowing that?
I'm just concerned if it has been raised before, if there's illuminated signage opposite. I'm aware of where the building's going to be and there's houses opposite. And if there's illuminated signage there, is it going to be lit up 24 hours a day and cause further distress to people in the close proximity?
Councillor Erkins.
Let them get block-out curtains. You know, honestly, if we take into consideration every light that's going to go into people's windows, we're really holding our community back. If it's a business and they want to have lit signage, it is not. I mean, I was joking about the block-out curtains, but not entirely. You know, I mean, it is easy to shut. I mean, some people don't mind light coming in their windows. Some people can't stand any light at all, and you know, they've got to have everything blacked out. And I don't think it's much of an inconvenience to promote, you know, additional growth of our region.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Height.
And just remembering that this proposed, you know, development is right on the edge of town, so in fact it will affect very few houses. There's one house opposite, but all the rest are actually businesses. and there's only one house, and it's set back a fair way. So I don't believe it's right in the middle of a residential area.
Councillor.
Madam Mayor, just had a bit of an update. The office has just sent through a quick message to say that, yes, the illumination was included in the original application. It wasn't subject to further assessment because it's not third-party signage, and it's all been conditioned in terms of the illuminations, which the Australian standards set those requirements.
So, Councillor Sander, are you happy with that response?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So we don't have to take it as a question on notice. You're happy with that response? Okay. So any other questions? Ready to vote? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 14.4 on page 279. So this is reconfiguring a lot, Carney Street, Kingaroy. So the officer's recommendation is that council approves the development application for a development permit for reconfiguring a lot, subdivision 1 lots into 2 lots at 1 Carney Street, Kingaroy, and described as lot 14 on RP 205800, subject to the following conditions. Someone like to move that? Councillor Potter. Seconded. Councillor Little. Any discussion on this particular one? Councillor Dineen.
Yes, with regards to this, I can see the concern that neighbouring residents have with the this subdivision, because I would believe they have bought in there with their house, believing that it was going to be a fairly rural area, and then to have the lot next door subdivided. And I know we've discussed this before, especially with Councillor Erkins talking about you know, making our lot smaller and allowing more ratepayers and less maintenance for a large lot. But these aren't very large lots, and to have that divided into 2 lots, I believe, is just going to be difficult for the neighbours, and does set quite a precedence.
Thank you, Councillor Dineen. Councillor Erkins.
Yep, I'd have to speak in favour. It's actually a 2-acre block. They're coming down to just under an acre. As people get older, I think an acre is a big block to mow. I find a little postcards yard harder to mow. It's not, we're not putting in 800 square metres or whatever. It's still nearly 4,000 square metres, so I don't really think it impacts. And I think I would rather have 2 well-maintained properties next to me than one that is, someone can't maintain. So I have to support the motion.
Any other questions or discussion? Councillor Height.
Just make a comment that on the diagram that we've got, there is actually a 6 metre vegetation privacy screen. And in fact, this proposed new house is no further from the neighbour's house than the neighbour's house is to the road. So I don't really feel it seriously affects their level of privacy.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Any other questions or comments? Are you ready to vote? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? The vote was carried 6-1. So Councillor Dineen voted against the motion. Moving on to item 14.5 on page 312. So this one is the local government boundary change between South Burnett Regional Council and Cherbourg Aboriginal Council. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council writes to the Honourable Megan Scanlon, Minister for Housing, Local Government and Planning and Minister for Public Works, and the Honourable Stephen Miles, advising that Council is in support of an external local government boundary change as initiated by the Department of Treaty, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Partnerships, Communities and the Arts, DTATSIPCA, acting on behalf of Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council. The resolution is in support of the proposed Lot 13 becoming wholly Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council and Lot 130 remaining wholly South Burnett Regional Council, providing there is no cost to South Burnett Regional Council. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Sander. Discussion? Everyone all over it? Councillor Sander?
Just for the for people listening in and stuff, this is actually a block that's on Sunwater land in Cherbourg region. It's just a house block up the top of near Bertie Button Lookout, and it's just been built, and it was on being in South Burnett Regional Council land on the other side of BP Dam. So this is probably just to tidy up something that happened a few years ago, and just to make everything align within Cherbourg Regional Council and South Burnett Regional Council.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Ready to put it to the vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 14.6 on page 398. So this one is the delegated authority reports, and the officer's recommendation is that the delegated authority report for the month of August 2024 be received and noted. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion, questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 14.7 on page 399, list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report. The officer's recommendation is that the list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report as of the 31st of August 2024 be received and noted. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the, any questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, Councillor Height.
I actually just wanted to make a comment that I'm excited that we have 48 planning and development applications. This region's really going ahead. So I think that's good news. And I mean, each one obviously will be judged on its own merits, but it's exciting that we've got that many applications happening.
Yes, absolutely. Well, yeah, that is good to see that we're progressing and things are happening. So are we ready to vote now? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So the next item is item 14.8 on page 402. So this one is the lease of the Wandine District Men's Shed Incorporated. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council 1, in accordance with section 2361B2 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, applies to the disposal of a valuable non-current asset by way of entering a lease for lot 36 on SP 190438 to the Wandine District Men's Shed Incorporated for a term of 10 years. Number 2, pursuant to section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, South Burnett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the lease with the Wandine District Men's Shed Incorporated on terms and conditions considered satisfactory to Council. Does someone want to move that? Councillor Height, someone to second that. Councillor Little. Councillor Height.
So I just wanted to share that the Wandine Men's Shed is a new group. They're very excited to get started. They've been looking for somewhere to locate their shed and have had discussions with council. I know, talking to some of my fellow councillors, a little bit of a concern if we're giving away a shed to a group when we could possibly sell it. So could I ask the manager responsible to just give us a bit of background on the saleability of that block and whether that's a good thing
happy to hear that
doing?
first?
I'm not sure who. Oh, we need both of you to speak to it. No, just Paul.
So I just before you, I just wanted to check that Councillor, you had your light on, Councillor Potter, even before Councillor Height. So did you want to? Are you happy to hear the officer?
Yeah, I'm happy to hear the officer, and yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Paul.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The block itself is a block that was already approved to be disposed of through the tender process by previous council. It's been a difficult one due to the fact that there's a large section of it is low-lying, so there's only a small portion that's an acceptable building platform, and therefore its commercial value is quite diminished relative to another block that we have in the same estate, which is a far superior allotment. So from that point of view, it would realise quite a low value back to council. I think that there's some value, some community value to to put some use to this particular site. It would be suited to the men's shed for their application. Power is right there. They don't need to have a crossover. There's some positives there towards, some give back to community in that regard. So just thought I'd put the proposal together.
Can I?
Thank you, Councillor Hoyt.
How many blocks in there do we have available for sale, or how many do we still own that would be available if new businesses came to that industrial estate?
Through you, Madam Mayor. To my knowledge, we have 2 sites, that one in question, and another one which is substantially larger and a far superior allotment. It has also been approved for disposal, and it is to be listed with an agent because the tender process never realised market value, and there are some parties interested in that site. So we hope to potentially sell that site shortly.
Councillor Potter, did you want to speak? Did you want to say anything?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've actually changed my mind, so I'm pretty good, thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Sander?
Can we lay this on the table until we actually visually have a look at the blocks?
So if you want to move a procedural motion, then there's no debate on it. So it's just voted for or against. So if you want to move a procedural motion that it lay on the table, that's up to you. So
I do that? Can
yes, absolutely. That's your prerogative
I make a
to.
motion to leave it lay on the table until we investigate further.
So that's been moved by Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor.
Can I just say something? Sorry.
Well, once he moves that, there's no debate.
Oh, okay.
It has to. Seconded by Councillor Erkin. So we just got to put it straight to the vote. So this is that it lay on the table. So all those in favour? That's 4. All those against? 3. So the motion has been carried. So it will lay on the table. So the 4 was Councillor Sander, Councillor Little, Councillor Height and Councillor Erkins, and against was Councillor Potter, Councillor Deneen and myself. You good with that? Or? Okay, well, just a little bit of time for Helen to... So do you want me to read them again? So it's Councillor Little, Councillor Sander, Councillor Erkins and Councillor Height were in favour. And then against was Councillor Potter, Councillor Deneen and Mayor Duff. Okay, so you right. Okay, no, you're right. So now we're moving on to item 14.9 on page 410. This one is adoption of RADF Round 1 2024 grant applications, and the Officer's recommendation is that the following recommendations for RADF Round 1 2024 grant approvals, as per the minutes of the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee, be adopted by Council. There was one RADF FO1R1 Bunya Mountains Community Association, Bunya Mountains Art of the Forest Experience for $300,000. That was approved. And then the other one was RADF FO4R1 Melanie Doheny. Oh, $3,000, sorry. What did I say? Oh, $3,000, sorry. And the other one was Melanie Doheny. Grant writing and project planning workshops for $3,000, and that was also approved. So the total grant approval allocation was $6,000. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter. Someone to second that? Councillor Erkins. Any discussion? Councillor Potter. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, so I'd just like to say, look, these applications are very, very good applications, and it was wonderful to see them come through. So what the Bunya Mountains have planned is just incredible, and I look forward to seeing what they're doing up there and the finished product. But the idea of Melanie's workshops to actually help community members and artists within our community to apply for different grants. And we're not just talking Council RADIF grants, we're talking different, other grants that are out in the community as well, and to actually go searching for them, which is what we want them to do. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Little.
So I will reiterate everything that Councillor Potter just said, as well as congratulate Division 2 community groups and individuals for applying for these grants and being successful. I know, it's great, isn't it? I will say that the grant writing and project planning workshops that Melanie is going to be facilitating will be really beneficial to anybody that attends them. I have attended a few of her workshops over the years, and she is very experienced and very knowledgeable about how to go about doing these things. So congratulations to my Division 2 people.
Thank you, Councillor Little. That's great to see. So we're ready to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 14.10. Proposed tender to adjoining owners for sale of 15 Home Street, Nanango, on page 414. So the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council approve for sale by tender to adjoining owners 15 Home Street, Nanango, lot 295 on Crown Plan N2320, by 1, entering into negotiations with the highest tenderer, and if the current market value of the property is reached, enter a contract of sale for the property, and 2, delegate powers to the Chief Executive Officer under Section 257 of the Local Government Act 2007 to negotiate and execute contract of sale. Someone to move that? Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Little. Discussion? So this one is where we can... Councillor Erkins.
Yeah, I'm fairly familiar with that block of land. I don't believe it would attract a buyer moving into the area because it's fairly low lying and a fair bit of water runs through that area. So I believe offering to a neighbour. Actually, if I remember rightly, I think that is probably was obtained by council through a rate arrears and wasn't able to be sold. I'm fairly sure I was fairly active at that stage in real estate, and
Yep.
I remember people there coming in that really basically difficult to sell on the open market. So I would support selling it to a neighbour. They could possibly put it to use.
If I believe that this is where they would do a boundary realignment, and the one lot would become it would become part of their lot, and that would alleviate the access problem. Is that, Leo? Is that correct? It's because they haven't got. There's an issue with access because that road is blocked off. It's not a formed access, and I believe that part of the reason why we would sell it to them, I think Paul might be all over this one, is sell it to them is so that that lot becomes part of their lot, and then we don't have access issues. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, correct. The proposal there would be to form two allotments back into one. So we'd just add the additional lot onto the area of the neighbouring, if there was a successful neighbouring tender, to form one allotment, simply because it's not economically viable to extend the road and or services to the allotment based on its value. Just wouldn't be worthwhile. Too low lying, would have very limited market value, but has additional value to an adjoining owner for some extra land, extra space, potentially for, extra use.
Thanks, Paul, for that information. So are we ready to vote? Everyone happy? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, Paul. So now we're moving on to item 14.11, South Burnett Investment Prospectus on page 422. So the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council, 1, adopt the South Burnett Investment Prospectus, and 2, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical, design or formatting changes, if required, after its adoption and prior to publishing on Council's website. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Any questions?
Mayor, if I may, just there was a couple of points being raised in feedback, an image and a couple of other little minor things. You could adopt it as it's a very minor change to the wording, but I'm actually quite comfortable that the stuff that has been raised is actually either grammatical design, e.g. swap a photo out, or formatting changes. Design, the only bit would be there was a provider mentioned where it expand out the group, so whether you wanted to add on dot point 1, adopt the South Burnett investment prospectus as amended, and then I'll utilise and we'll tidy up those points that were raised.
Yeah, so is Councillor Potter, are you happy to add as amended to the top dot point?
Most definitely. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. And Councillor Little, are you happy for that addition? Thank you. So are we ready to vote on the prospectus? So I just wanted to congratulate the BIEDO on putting together the prospectus. The idea of the prospectus is to, when we've got people wanting to develop and build in our region, that this is what we show them to try and promote our region to potential developers. So I think they've done a fantastic job, and I look forward to seeing it out and about on information tables or wherever we can spread the good news that we have that investment prospectus. It's been a long time coming, so I think it's a good news story. So ready to put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So the next item is 15.1 on page 444. And that is a question on notice, and the following question on notice was received from Councillor Height. And the question is, how much did we spend on Bacon Fest this year? And the response, the recommendation is that I can just read the response. We have provided in-kind support to the value of $12,138.49 for the 24-25 financial year for this year's Bacon Fest. These costs can be categorised as labour, $9,752.20, fleet hire, internal, $2,040.33, and store items, wheelie bin, liners and signs, $345.96. And the officer's recommendation is that the response to the question regarding how much we spent on Bacon Fest this year, raised by Councillor Height, be received and noted. Someone want to move that? Councillor Height. Someone to second that? Councillor Dineen. Councillor Height.
Yes, thank you for responding to that question. Bacon Fest, like so many events in our area, is a fantastic event, but we just have to be very conscious of how much council spends on these events, and being equitable across all the events, and to make sure that it is a good use of ratepayers' funds to support events, especially when they have sponsorship. But I'd like to congratulate the Bacon Fest committee. I believe it was a good event again, and I just think going forward we need to be just very conscious of how much ratepayers' money we invest in events, and as I say, being equitable across the very many events we have in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Councillor Sander.
When it was mentioned about this originally prior to the event, I thought there was like a $3,000 limit set on it, or the quote was around the $3,000.
CEO Mark, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and have a look at the report. I'm going straight off memory too, Councillor, but there was about 10K in the report. That's why it comes to Council, because it sits out, there's a $3,000 threshold normally to the community grants process. Happy to have a double look, but I'm fairly confident, says he rashly. But the report referenced 10K, and that's generally been where we think that the numbers have fallen in previous years.
Councillor Sander, are you happy with that response?
Mark was just going to look into it, so we'll look.
If you're happy, rather than we'll find the original report and circulate it by email, if that works for you.
You happy, Councillor Sander?
Thank you.
Any other discussion? It was a fantastic event for our region, as has been said, and lots of fantastic events. It's amazing how many incredible events we do have across our region. We just had the Nango Music Muster, and the Blackbutt Avocado Festival, just to name a few, and the Baduma Homestead, Scots in the Bush, just incredible. So big shout out to all of our volunteers who run these amazing events across our region. So so we've got so that's been moved by Councillor Height and seconded by Councillor Deneen that the response to the question on Bacon Fest be received and noted. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we are moving to the confidential section. So someone like to move that we go into closed? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Okay, so welcome back everyone to the meeting. So I ask that someone moves that we come out of closed into open council. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Little. All those in favour, against, carried. So I move a procedural motion that we move on to the certified agreement negotiation at item 17.10 on page 54. I'll move that. Someone to second that?
Yes.
Okay, so CEO Mark said we don't need a procedural motion. We can just deal with item 17.10, the certified agreement negotiations on page 54. So that recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power to A, commence and undertake good faith negotiations with the relevant unions in relation to all terms and conditions of its proposed certified agreements for field staff and officers, and B, conclude the terms and conditions of these agreements, including making application to the Queensland Industrial Relations Commission for certification of same, subject to the condition that the Chief Executive Officer is to keep the Council informed of the progress of the negotiations by way of monthly reports to Council's ordinary Council meeting. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we can ask the other councillors to come back in. So then you'll need to put that they've all come back in. So we're moving on to item 17.1. And the officers, this is the Visit South Bennett Partnership Agreement, and the officers' recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council, 1, in conjunction with Visit South Bennett, enter into a 3-year partnership agreement, and 2, provide Visit South Bennett with funding as per the adopted budget to deliver agreed key performance indicators. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter. Someone to second that? Councillor Sander. Councillor Height.
So here it says the agreed performance indicators. We don't have them yet. When will we get them?
So CEO Mark.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll just have to chase it up with them. Deb finished up last week, so I just need to track down a copy of the document and what's in
So
it.
should we hold over the agreement until we've got those indicators?
I think I've got Visit South Bennett have issued an invoice already. I've got further correspondence from them about process. I'd like to probably get the process moving and come back to you if I may.
All right, as long as we do get those indicators.
So we definitely need to get those key performance indicators and bed them down to make sure that everyone's on the same page. So we're ready to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we're moving now on to item 17.2. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council consider the ratepayers' request for concession on assessment 21520 0000000 and grant a concession for the current rates period to the value of $277.20, being the difference between vacant water and sewage charges and the full water access and sewer access charges for the period. So someone to move that, Councillor Erkins, and seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 17.3, land use matter for 1200 Stonelands Road, Stonelands, on page 9. And the officer's recommendation. Sorry. Yeah, the officer's recommendation is that council note the officer's report advising that the investigation of this matter remains current and ongoing. Someone to move that. Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Sander. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 17.4, land use matter for 12 Butler Drive, Proston. So the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council resolves to note the officer's report as presented, that council undertake further compliance action against the property owner and operator of Lynn's Country Music Campout events as a result of further public advertising and event 18th to the 22nd of September 2024. And number 3, update the complainant of a council's decision herein. Someone to move that. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we move on to item 17.5, flood recovery works project management review. The officer's recommendation is that we, as tabled, someone to move that, Councillor Erkin, someone to second that, Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So I move a procedural motion that item 17.6, Gordonbrook Dam off-stream storage construction, lay on the table. Someone to second that. Councillor Potter. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Move a procedural motion that 17.7, the dark fibre project, lay on the table. Someone to second that. Councillor Height. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And Councillor Height. So now we move on to item 17.8, 2024 CEO performance review on page 40. And the officer's recommendation is that the South Bend Regional Council receives a report on the Chief Executive annual performance review. 2, authorise the Mayor and councillors to progress the development of the performance review. And 3, that the South Bend Regional Council provide a salary increase as per the report for the Chief Executive Officer and delegate the Mayor to sign the recommended remuneration schedule with an effective date of the 1st of July 2024. Someone to move that. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 17.9, organisational interim structure on page 42. The recommendation is that the South Bend Regional Council adopt the interim September 2024 senior staff structure as presented with the following departments. A, Officer of the CEO, Office of the CEO. B, Infrastructure. And C, Finance and Liability. So would someone like to move that? Councillor Erkin, someone to second that. Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Is there a part 2? Yeah, we're doing them separate. So put that one to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And the next one, we've got another motion that the officer's recommendation that South Burnett Regional Council commence a review of the 21 to 26 corporate plan, which will include organisational and community consultation on both the corporate plan and organisational structure. Should we add that the report comes back in March? And that the report be brought back to the March council meeting? Someone like to move that? Councillor Little, second Councillor Height. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. That's it. Thank you everyone for your patience throughout the day. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to Helen, doing an amazing job. And yeah, we'll just close the meeting now and have a great afternoon.